Hello.
Blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Alrighty. Control. Actually, I need to do some quick things. Control H so I can get to. I need to find some tabs. Station, Shift, RAM blocks, and yeah, I just need those 3 tabs open. Cool. Awesome. Sorry. The reason why I'm looking at those tabs is because Franz has not been getting many updates in like the last little while, which I use at work for like my Gmail, my Discord, my Telegram, and what have you. So it's all within like a nice, convenient little one application thing, rather than trying to run like a Discord and Telegram and all this other stuff on the work laptop. I like running like this one application, so then that way, if push comes to shove, I'm only uninstalling like one thing or removing a service. So, but you know, neither here nor there. I will probably experiment with these applications in the future, see which one I like the most, and then, you know, we'll put it on the work laptop because I can trust it for not fucking up with my day. So, yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Sir Dragon, thank you so much for being first. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you're doing alright. I hope you're having an okay time. We probably got like a lot of lurkers in chat right now who aren't, you know, feeling too confident to say hi and what have you, but that's okay. It's the middle of the week. It's hump day. I wonder how many people are aware that like Wednesday is hump day. Like, cause I wasn't like aware of it like when there was like advertisements and what have you. I had to like Google that shit before, and it just stuck in my head. Like back in 2012 is I think when I first learned of the phrase hump day, and that was in like a random advertisement where it was like there was a camel going around the office and it's just like, oh boy, just guess what day it is. Jerry, you know what day it is? Come on. Wendy, you know what day it is. And then like, you know, it gets to like one woman and there's a like, this is not a persona camel, this is just a legitimate camel, and they're just like, hey, guess what day it is? And the woman's just like, it's Wednesday, and he's like, whoop whoop. And it was all for like, oh, how would you feel about this car insurance? It's like, oh, well, you'll feel happier than a camel on hump day. Hi there, Het. Welcome to the stream. How dare you steal my shirt? It's not even a proper start to the stream, and already you're stealing my stuff. Why you do this to me? Can only be here for 15 minutes. I need to head off to work, so I want to contribute to Zeebs promotion. Promoting. Yes, thank you for promoting about my stream and what have you. I greatly appreciate it. I'm just gonna take a quick sip of Pepsi Max. Hang on. Ah, there we go. Alrighty then. Thank you oh so much. I greatly appreciate it. Nice work on the himbo rating as well. 98% is a crazy high rating. I keep telling myself I will update SpeakerBot and StreamerBot on a different day. It has not happened yet, so yeah. All right, I need to move this over here so it doesn't disrupt me. Close this window, and we head back to this thingamabobbies, and then we go to the Shadow of War game, because I have so much more to go through for The Lord of the Rings, The Shadow of War. We are not yet done with the game. I've only got like a third of the achievements so far. Use it to give a follower a gang. Okay, cool. So, and, you know, there's all these other missions that I need to be going through and what have you. So, we are going to put some time into this game. Hopefully it will pop up on the little thingamadiggy. Come on. There we go. And then I can pause the music. And we can get straight into it. I don't know, like, Wednesdays is just one of those days where it's like, you know, I don't have, like, too much that I want to chat about and what have you. I just want to...
Zog's power.
I want to play video games.
He is building an army of the dead.
So, yeah, so... I did some, like, side quests, like, all around in, like, a different region and such, but we're starting off strong. We're going with an invasion in this region, and you may be wondering why. Didn't you attempt to What's-a-Makuzi, like, long ago? Technically, yes. Technically, yes, I did try and do an invasion. Cookie for bestest boy! Here's your cookie. You heard it was Hump Night. Yes, it is Hump Night. Bonk. And for Hump Night, we are going through more Shadow of War. I do not have a clever title for this like I do Mafia Monday, so... yeah, we just go out with a random title. Now, we tried doing an invasion of this pace in the past, and we did not win. It did not go well. So, we're trying again. We have so many people that are just, like, in the defenses as well, so it's gonna be an insta, like, you know, takeover and what have you. Because we're gonna put in this time to... be savoring my defeat, but au contraire, it was only a momentary setback. Oh, we go straight into the fighting. Okay, cool. Also, why is my cape doing something funky? I should also probably double check what his weaknesses are. Mark target. So he's vulnerable to stealth and fire. He doesn't give me any second chances. Enraged by the acrobatics. Immune to curse and is arrow proof. So I need to be careful. Mid-week, Middle Earth? Middle week, Middle Earth! Middle week. You know what? You're on to something, bestest boy. Good work. Good on you. Proud of you. Alright. So, we are gonna change this to fire. This to fire. Let's have a look. So, freezing blast, firestorm. So we got spirit drain there. Contagion. We got brutalize, causing enemies to fear. For each kill while remaining undetected. Gain more might. Might fully resets if you take damage, miss an attack. Okay, I don't exactly like that. Actually, no, it's probably worth giving that one a try. Your critical strike chance increases significantly as long as yours is above 20. Increase your as your strikes land. We got a Wraith Shield. Like the idea of using that. Ceaseless Might is what we want. The Vengeance stuff won't help us. He's immune to... Alright, we'll have it affect the O-Logs. 5 at once. Shatters the enemy. When your might is full, AB to drain an enemy. Consume increases wrath. Consume works against O-Logs. I like the chaining one. So yeah, I'm doing a lot of different stuff right now. So I'm just double checking like my best options. So that's for Dominion. That's the Deadly Strike stuff. That requires us to complete Shelob shit, which we're one thingy-majiggy away. Actually, I didn't do any bonuses for the, Enrage friendlies. Alright, here we go. Wish me luck, bestest boy.
What? Do you have nothing better to do than torment me? I will make sure you stay dead this time.
Probably gonna humiliate him, honestly. Because he's a legendary rank. I can't indoctrinate him. Nah, I'll just kill him. Fuck it.
Right then! That's the end of that!
Oh, that's not what I should have done.
Try again! I got him! You're an up, human!
Oh, nice. I didn't realize there was up here I could go. Hi there, Omega Platinum. Welcome to the stream. Let me just indoctrinate these guys, because they're all the way up here. There's no way for the orcs to come up here. So yeah, this makes it easy for me. Alright, let's see how it goes with all these guys indoctrinated. Oh, apparently they have a... Oh, no, can't get him indoctrinated, never mind. Nope, that wasn't the right guy. No! God damn it! God damn it! You ass! He kills me again!
The rush of killing you isn't the same anymore.
God damn it. I am going to need to... I'm going to need to set up some... what's-a-mahoozy peeps. I'm going to need to set up some people to be like, you know, a guard to him or something like that. So... let's get you to infiltrate this guy. I'm just gonna set up a whole ton of spies is what I'm gonna do. How's my day been? It's been pretty good. I am so had another day at work. Wasn't too
Perhaps
it wasn't too crazy of a day, honestly, thankfully. Cause everyone just sort of wants to No, I don't think anyone wants to rock the boat with, like, you know, so few days, like, before the I keep saying, like, Christmas or New Year's, but it's not Christmas or New Year's. It's the, Easter holiday, and then there's a chance for Anzac. So, yeah, because, like, in the next, like, day or two, we're gonna have, Easter. So, you know, you got Friday off, you got the weekend going off, and then you got Monday off as well. And then in the same week where you got the Easter Monday, you also have, you also have Anzac Day going off on the Friday. So what ends up happening is next week, there is only 3 days that you're actually working. Which, you know, is a bit crazy. So there are some people, such as me, GrantZeebs, who have done this. That's not what I was meant to do. There are some people like me, GrantZeebs, where I have organized, and I've gotten permission from work to do this because I had the annual leave days to do it. I will not be working next week. And rather than spending, like, you know, 5 days of my leave to do it, I'm only spending 3 of my days to do it. So, spending only, like, 3 days of my annual leave to get the equivalent of, like, 9 or 10 days off. So...
This is where your journey ends.
Alright, so we got a Mystic Assassin with a whole ton of Rangers.
You better look out!
I don't know if this guy is going to be effective. Because I didn't think he was going to go up against, like, a Karagor. Because that could have been, like, an insta-kill if I wasn't careful. Also, you are a terrible archer. Like, what the fuck, man? Although I guess he's, you know, not having too big of an issue.
Look out!
How about aiming for the person on it instead of the Karagor? But alright, fine. I really wish I could help this guy, rather than, like, you know... Yeah. Ranged fellas are not gonna be great. Come on. Oh, a broken sword! There's a lot of broken swords in Middle-earth, I realized. God fucking damn it. Does this guy... Just get a good hit on him. He's aiming for the Karagor, which isn't great. Like, come on. You think the Karagor would be dead after that many arrows? There we go. So that's him out of the way.
Better look out! Shut down! They got
Uh-oh. Okay, cool. Cool. That was a lot of good hits. Now get a good one in. There we go. Yeah! You had me worried there for a minute. Yeah. Get fucked, Mystic Assassin. Hoshgrish. Good for you. Alright, now I just need a...
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon, Masonic. Alright, so now... Let's get another... Oh, okay, so Zoom is doing something else. And then, alright, hang on. So, we'll get you to infiltrate as well. I'm gonna have, like... I'm gonna see if I can get, like, 4 or 5 peeps to help, like, infiltrate this guy. Because I'm gonna have, like, 4 of my orcs deal with that fucker. So then that way it's, like, barely me dealing with him. I have no idea how this captain is gonna do against him, but... Ooh.
If you're eager to die,
The Headlopper.
I'll break you!
Oh, he's not that strong. Okay. Thankfully, he's got a posse with him. Hopefully the posse helps.
Yes!
Come on. Ugh. This might not go too well. Because there isn't, like, a type advantage here. That's the problem. There isn't a type advantage, and even with the posse, he's not gonna have... Oh, he's gaining... I didn't realize this guy had a revive mechanic. Oh, maybe my guy will get the best of him. Also, good... I appreciate you trying to get the high himbo rating, Masonic. Come on. Don't die on me now. I don't want you dying, especially since you have a blood brother, and that's a really difficult thing to find.
Yes!
No! Golm! My boy! Alright, we're gonna have to capture Taz. No, not the bald!
Yes! You think your spy is going to be our undoing? No. We'll find out who he is, and you know what we'll do to him. I'll show you.
I'm gonna need to know some weaknesses about this guy. You're gonna need to tell me more about him. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Here you are. Flammable and sickly, soft-headed, and will be dazed by stealth. Excellent. Alright. We got some weaknesses.
Beware the ice, lads!
Grab you. Can I recruit you? Yes, I can.
Sauron guards my mind! My mind!
Oh, fuck you.
Unworthy coward!
We're gonna shame this terror tank. And hopefully, because of shaming him... Let's see. Did you hear the news about Oblivion? Oh, do you mean about the Elder Scrolls, like, Oblivion video game? Where through data mining we learned that it was going to be, having a remaster? And that potentially that remaster might be released next week? Are you talking about that Oblivion news? I haven't the faintest idea. Alright, let's double check our man. Is he still...
That's a lot of knocks!
Does he still have an iron will? No, he doesn't. Alright, we're gonna get that man there. Will I buy it? It's a remaster of a game that as far as I know, is available on the Xbox Game Pass. I would not be surprised if, after getting the, that after its release, it will be available on Game Pass. I wouldn't put it past it, quite frankly. Okay. Also, inventory. Is there any of the... Stealth kill a captain. Oh, that's on my to-do list, isn't it? Kill an enemy while mounted. Shame an online vendetta target of at least level 40. What about these? Kill a frozen captain. Uh-huh. 10 critical hits. Oh, that one I can definitely do. Alright, let's give these a try.
What was that? Kneel before!
Kneel before me! Alrighty, so we got at least one spy. Luga the Amputator. Ooh. Tell me more about Luga the Amputator. A Curse Master with the Slayer counter. Immune to You're on my to-do list next. He's also another legendary orc as well, so he will be good for the, Let me just do that. Thank you. Do that. Thank you. And then... Dink, donk. Alright. So, he is all the way over here. So we're gonna fast travel and make our way south. Grant the himbo. Yeah, what about me, the himbo? Are you saying that would be my orc title? There we go. And... also, probably one of the things... I'm gonna do this real quick, because I don't need the fast Dominion what's-mahoozy right now. I want the Prospector to get higher quality gems, so then that way I can upgrade those gems in future. Alright, there we go. Yum. Alright. So, he no longer has the Iron Will. So, we should be able to indoctrinate him now.
These Ologs are pillars of the War Chief's forces. Topple them.
With pleasure.
For the War Chief! You maggots lost it! Raise the beacon! Away from the sky! Build beacon up! Deal with you later. Alarm first. Get around this weapon. Like the beacon. Time to crush you!
Oh, I didn't realize I could do that. Nice. Hello there, Tars.
Grudge against Orlogs. Where are you, interloper?
How many emotes do affiliates get? It depends on how many subscribers or viewers you get as well, I think as well.
There is no end to the torment you will now suffer.
So, what's it like starting off? I think you get at least 5 or 10 starting off. I need to get him before he goes. There we go. You're mine.
Abandon your master and serve me. Come
Yes.
on, right lord.
Alright. I am gonna make you infiltrate the warmonger assassin. You're gonna need to go into the fighting pits, and I reckon you're gonna do a pretty good job in the fighting pits, so good luck to him. There we go, he's been recruited, which, you know, gives me experience, disables the, what's-a-mahoozy? Gotcha. Currently doodling emotes, but don't want to go overboard. If I was an artist, I will be real with you, I would totally go overboard on emotes, like, for whatever, like, thingy-majiggy and such, because with, number one, with partner and what have you, you get to have, like, you know, however many, and artists just have a good, they just, like, they have a good time on Twitch, honestly, if they, like, you know, stick to, you know, doing as many streams as they can and such, but also, the thing that I would like, which would be accomplishable if I had, you know, a lot of emotes or what have you. Give me a second. I need to escape from this hellhole. So then that way I don't get myself killed. So, you have 40 already made as is. Awesome. So the thing I would like, if I had enough emotes, is I would just do rotations of all the tier, because you get at least one tier 2 and tier 3 emote, for example, but then you have a whole ton of the tier 1. I would absolutely have the tier 1 emotes go through rotations or something like that. And then have, like, the most popular one or something like that from last time go into tier 2 or something like that before it has an opportunity to go back to tier 1. So make it so, like, you know, I don't know how else to describe the thing I would like to do. Alright. We're gonna go for... You know what? We're gonna go for this guy next. The Poisonous Dark Tracker. Because he seems to be directly linked to what's-a-mahoozy. So, should be worth doing. Because then, if I'm able to get him on our side, then we have an opportunity to, get another spy with, like, barely any problems. We just need to find him in this, like, area.
Did you see it?
There we go. What did I miss? Never knew you could gauge those. More to learn then. Yeah, because, like, once you add, like, however... Like, because here's the thing, is, like, you can upload your emotes and what have you, and then you can set, like, whatever, you can set, like, whatever, tier you're gonna have them at and such. So you can, like, add and remove them in my... at different intervals and such. See the massive... What, like on me or like on an orc? Did you see like a massive titty orc or something like that and I wasn't paying attention? There we go. The Ravonian cloak is now completed. They're right under the himbo text. Ah, okay, so you're talking about my titties then. I thought you were talking about an orc's for a second, and I was like, what the fuck are you on about? Alright, let's have a look, let's have a look. Alright, let's investigate some clues.
Beast is close by. I can already hear their infernal singing.
Alright.
Zoom.
Fleas and terror when haste with that are much higher, which will definitely be me. And he doesn't have an iron will, so...
That's my luck. I smell man swine. Don't you go doing that to me too.
Here we go. Oh, and that will point... Oh, it does...
We've got 'em now, lads.
Sup?
I was done with you when I betrayed you. Yet here we are, facing each other once more. Let's try and make this the last time. Darkness can see. Still watching for that one, talk.
Mine. You will serve me now.
Boss of me.
Oh, he's got iron will? I did not see that. Shame. Shame on you.
He's back.
Alright, what do you got for me? Hello there, dislocated location. Funny quirk of Shadow of War. If you had a stealth drained instead of stealth attacked, you had a good chance of instantly terrifying. Neat! Alright, so Zun is that. You are dead, and I have no way of resurrecting you as far as I know. You're level 44, so I can't do anything about you. You're 27, I can definitely do something about you. You know what? Fuck it, death threat you. Oh, would you look at that? He's got himself on a Karagor now. Interesting. It will do nothing for you. Alright. Are you like a sort of like a veteran of this game? I played this game like long time ago, and this is just me like guilty pleasure playing this all over again rather than like, you know, picking up another new game and trying to get through that as quickly as I can or something or other. Alrighty. Let's have a look at this guy. Does he still have the iron... Oh, he still does have the iron will. Alright, we're gonna need to shame him. Again.
Now your reckoning comes, Zun.
Zun. I wonder how many times I'm gonna have to, like, do the thing before he finally comes to terms with, you are going to be recruited again. Alright, so... Poisoning number 1. Poisoning number 2. Poisoning number 3. Cookie! For the bestest boy! Here's your cookie. You got 100% stream achievements yesterday? Probably have more time on this game than you should. Hey, no judgment, okay? There are a lot of games that, I will be real, it would be nice having, like, you know, 100% achievement on and such. But unless it's a game that, like, decides to be, like, extra tricky with that, it's not me. Oh, not good. Not good. Fuck it. Detonate. Does fucking nothing. Alright, is there another guy? No, so it is literally just a waste. Alright. So I'm going to need to humiliate Zun again. Bam, boom, ding. Oh, I probably should have recruited you instead of just... But you know what? It is what it is. Stealth kill you. So then that way... Bam. What's up?
Go and get me out here. I've got better things to do. Let's just get this mess over with.
Oh, okay, fine. Oh, he's immune to executions. God damn it.
I'm the most fearsome in all of Mordor. You got our attention.
Here we go.
Away from the campfire.
Oh, that's... darn it.
You're in trouble now.
There we go.
They're always so brave in the beginning.
Don't kill him. I need him. Nope. There we go. You still have an iron will, so I'm gonna shame you once again. Yeah, he's been shamed many times. All right. Dun. The reason why I'm shaming him is because, like, he died during like a fighting pit scenario and such, which, you know, was a real shame. I didn't know how to resurrect him or anything like that. But lo and behold, you know what he does? He cheated death. And because he cheated death, he then decided to betray me, the bastard. So now I'm trying to get him back into my good graces, but for whatever fucking reason, he's just got too strong of a will. So now I'm trying to, you know, trying to stop that going forward. Interesting that he now has a Karagor mount, though. Stealth kill a captain. I'm not gonna do it to that guy, because, you know, busy. I'm busy trying to recruit him into my fold. I'm trying to have him, like, be part of my, posse. And then after he's part of my posse and what have you, I'll, you know, I'll go after this guy. I want to have, like, multiple spies on him, so then that way, when the time comes and what have you, you know, I'm gonna have plenty of people. Any captain who betrays you gains Iron Will. Resurrection on demand, 8 till way later. Rightio.
Get him in the gaps like that.
So, probably with, what's-a-whoosy then. It's probably, like, on a particular quest line. I think I know the one you're talking. So, yeah. There he is. Awesome. Oh, he's got no one with him. Hello.
You shamed me. You destroyed my life. The others mock me. No one takes me seriously. My life is nothing but burning misery. I'll destroy you for what you did.
Zune.
Let's see. Nope, he's still got Iron Will. He has a rival? Oh, Mozu Blacktooth. Okay, never mind.
I'm just getting... Stay still! I hope that poison lasts forever! There must be... Want to get up? Move on! What do you do to me, Rangers? Our friend here is a bit indisposed. Free him up for you.
Oh, fuck you.
Master, help! This is so
Submit to me.
I need a...
You are unworthy.
I guess the game really doesn't like it if you command every captain in the region. That is a possibility. Alright, he's enraged by injury, that's fine. I'll just, you know... Oh, I could have tried to freeze him if I could, but... There we go.
Yes, my lord.
Alright. Here's what I'll do then. So yeah, because yeah, I've basically... Other than him... So, yeah, maybe what I'll do then is... Let me go to the... Let me go to the fighting pits once again. Yeah, this will... Being on this side will help. Well, actually, it won't help that much, but, you know.
Too much standing, not enough...
Whee! From above and behind, against not all logs, not defenders, dropping flies. I am barely reading everything you're saying, dislocated location. I'm gonna be real with you. Also, I love little... While there is, like, some, you know, bits and pieces that I love and what have you, don't need too much guidance on how to do things and what have you. Alright, dunk. And then up here. And then... Yep. Alright, time to watch my boy. Time to watch my boy do his infiltration. There's still captains I have no fucking clue about.
I'm not impressed. I was hoping it would be you. Here comes the explosion!
Nice, nice, nice.
I am your doom!
Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Oh, you're aiming for the wrong person, but okay.
You feel that? Die!
There we go.
Bleed for me!
Nice. That's 2 in one go.
Yes!
So far, so good.
Die!
Here's the thing, is other than vaulting over these guys, I don't know of a lot of good ways of dealing with their shields, because, like, sure, the guys with the wooden shields, you hit them enough times and the shield breaks away, but for the captains, it's made of fucking metal. It ain't going away anytime soon. So if I get a dude that's like, oh, hey, this thing is, he has Vault Breaker or some bullshit, I'm like, well, fuck me, I don't exactly have a really good way of dealing with this, with this defender class then because of that. Also, is he really gonna be... There we go. Come on. Seriously? Am I gonna be dwiddled down? You son of a bitch! What do you... Oh. Well, you're gonna die. Oh, I thought that would stealth kill you, but okay, fine.
You will serve me.
I am your servant.
Ding dong. So yeah, because I got like plenty of peeps. How the fuck? Also, how the fuck did he survive? I thought my marauder, my head topper fella was gonna get him, but apparently not. Also, how the fuck am I supposed to get all the way back up here after dropping down? Like, I have to take the long way around. I do not like that fighting pit. There's the second vaulting upgrade as Talion, but defenders are the best fighting pit for a reason. Oh. Hang on. You're talking about... No, not Ice Storm. You're talking about... Here it is. So... Wait. Here it is. So we got... Is it Shadow Strat? Yeah, vaulting over an Urican freezes them. The Waters of Lorien. Press A to instantly flash past enemies. So is that... You know what? We'll give it a try. We'll see how it goes. Hello, Jack. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing alright. Jump up, jump up. Flashing past breaks the, like, nice. That's good to know, that's good to know. Alrighty, so. But yeah, I'm so annoyed with the fighting pit being all the way up here, of all things. Alright, so... Oh, look, another Berserker, who I know is going to die.
Another maggot. Perfect.
Be prepared. If Talion falls in battle, I shall too. Nah, he won't. I'll be totally fine. Ooh. No regards for your followers. Actually, the defender's not doing too hot, weirdly enough.
Yes.
Like, look, like the health pools are different, even though he's got like a good 6 levels. Oh, that's not good. Nope, well, there's all kinds of other defenders deciding to be, like, problematic, I suppose. Nope, and... Oh my goodness. My guy's not doing too hot.
The Bright Lord!
Okay, there we go. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Yes! I'm gonna be real there, dislocated location. I was worried that I was going to lose again. Alright, cool. So that's another one of our spies in. Alright, let's get another guy into our army.
Ur-Benu.
Ur-Benu. Let's get you in. Like, for the King of Zeebs. An Orog shouldn't have too much problems in the arena against whatever fucking tiddly man is down here. Let's see how he goes.
Time to cut you down to size. My devotion to the Dark Lord will always grant me victory. The Karagar crush you!
Yeah. Oh, nice. Honestly, how is he not just like crush him in his hand?
You're done!
Oh my god, he's like a good 10 levels under this guy. This better be a good kill. Ooh! He keeps getting distracted by the Karagors. Come on. Once again, distracted by Karagors.
Submit, worm!
Come on, Karagors, just die quickly, please. Oh my god, stop it! Stop it! You don't need to deal with the Karagors. Deal with their fucking boss. Am I gonna lose another Olgrin? Probably. Wait, unless... Is this it? Come on. And last... One more. Nice! For the unfortunate Saragos Pit Fighter location, I've always used Shadow Strike Pull when I can. It'll sing its praises till the end of time for a reason. Oh, yeah, that would be good for, what's-mahoozies. Alright. I reckon we need one more. I reckon we need one more spy. Let's go with this fiery defender. The Flesh Glutton. He has so low of a level though. It is kind of hilarious. Let's see how he does here. I am stacking the deck against this War Master because like he's already defeated me twice.
Oh, I do like it when they act big.
Radak.
Let's do this. Death and
Eat him.
slaughter.
Nice, nice, nice. Oh, he's got...
Feel this?
Yeah, get him. Nice, 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 nice.
No birds.
Drain the blood!
Nice. Oh, he's enraged by burning. Okay, he doesn't like it when he's on fire. Did not know that about this guy.
Dirty traitor!
Nice, here we
You
go.
will be butchered!
Enraged once again by the burning.
I'll crush you!
At least he's not, like, immune to burning. That would have been very problematic.
Come face me!
Here we go, here we go.
Take that!
Alrighty. So we now have, like, 3 or 4 people ready to infiltrate, what's-a-mahoozies. I wonder, can I, like, command my guys to... No. Alright. Fuck that guy. There we go. Also, why is there a locked quest? Why is this locked? You must control the fortress, rally her to conquer... Oh, okay, so... Alright, well, let me conquer the fortress, then. Excuse me. I have unfinished business, and I've got several people who are spying on you, so there should be a much easier time facing off against you. Look at that! 4 of my guys ready to help back him up. Let's see how this goes.
Return for more punishment, weakling? I'm happy to oblige.
Yeah. Look at all these guys betraying the Overlord. Excellent. Oh, okay.
You're much smarter than this lot.
Yeah, I'm not gonna... You've killed me like 2 times already.
Ranger, I'll let you leave this fort like nothing happened.
Fuck you. I know you're a legendary, but fuck you. You killed me twice. The fortress is ours.
It is within our grasp. We have shown the Dark Lord our strength. We have taught him the folly of challenging us. Now he knows that the Bright Lord and his army will not be stopped.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Will soon be ours.
Woo! My fortress. The region is conquered. The region is mine. Alrighty. Let's get... Ooh, Flack Longtooth is a legendary. Fuck it. He's terrified of stealth as well, so it's not like the end of the world. Yeah. Ooh. Yes, please. Recover 12 health when killing an enemy. Increase damage dealt by beast allies. Set enemies on fire. And then we got this thing. Use a ranged weapon to kill an enraged captain. Sure. Recruit an orc. We still need a stealth killer captain, so we'll keep that one around. Oh, critical hits. That one we can do. Dagger of War? Where did that come from? Ah, this thing. Yeah, interesting.
Look, I know I've said a lot of bad things about you, Bigskins, but you're all right.
You killed good.
Yo.
Other dogs
Jump.
fear you.
Jump.
Thank you. Remind me a little bit myself.
Oh, he's enraged. Why the fuck is he enraged? The Scourge. The Nazguls? What the fuck?
Helm Hammerhand. Of all the Nazgul, his fall was most tragic. His rage knows no bounds.
The Dark Lord will have his prize. Ranger of Gondor. That fortress is a tiny island surrounded by a sea of darkness. And the tide rises against you.
Aha. This shouldn't be the end of the world.
gonna slay you!
You hold this fort for the Bright Lord! You will not falter!
Oh! He bursted me out of my elven rage! Or did he? Oh. Where the fuck did he? Oh. Oh, he doesn't like it when I do that, does he? Alright, well, we're gonna need to find out where he is in the fort. Fuck you. Oh, that's not the guy I wanted to hit. There we go.
As strong as your fortress walls.
He will need someone to replace you.
Strike you down forever until you submit to him.
There we go. We almost died, but we made it through it. Oh, was I supposed to do?
Will not claim him.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, she had something
His
helpful.
wounds will slow him. What about yours?
I'm on fire, but I'll be fine. Hi there, Mincy. Welcome to the stream. I lived. Although I am a little bit worse for wear, so this is going to be a bit of an embarrassment.
Don't train every day. What they do when they're not fighting straight grog.
Alright, let's have a look at... Because we actually have a few, like, quest events. So we have Fire and Fury in Saragoth. We got the Reversal of Fortune, which gives us the Shadow Dominate ability. So we'll probably go for that one next. But there was some... Here it is. Cirith Ungol. That memory we are going to go and experience because I found most of Shelob's memories and what have you, and I left the last one for the stream. So then that way you, lovely viewers, are getting to experience this just as I am experiencing it. Also, I should probably double check and see if there's any, like... Oh, okay, no, I'm still... Yeah, I'm controlling this fucker. Alright, so he's got a blood brother. He's got a whole ton of people. Ah, it's all to help him. Okay, cool. Or to, you know, fight him.
You will submit!
Alright, what can you tell me about this guy? Extremely soft-headed. Flees in terror after being shot in the head and is vulnerable to stealth. Excellent. Wait, this is the game where they patented in the Nemesis system mechanic? Yes, it is. Warner Brothers are the rights holder of the Nemesis system patent, and because of Monolith Studio also, like, having since, like, gone away, like, they got shuttered at the same time that they got rid of the, like, they got rid of, like, 3 studios, and Monolith was one of them, so... And they're just holding on to the patent on this thing. The patent explains how the Nemesis system works and all that kind of nonsense.
Why?
What?
Do you have any idea how far
hello.
I tracked you? My feet hurt, my legs hurt, and I'm tired. Hopefully killing you will be worth all the effort.
Zune.
That depends. Do you still have an iron will? No, you do not. Which, oh, wait, no, you still do. It's right there. Morally vulnerable to stealth, is a Cravian, fears the flies.
No, you don't. What did you do?
I'm just gonna leave you to your own devices, because honestly, you are not my concern right now.
Take this! It's on the face! It'll eat me! Rangers fight dirty! This is the
You'd think because, you know, this was You'd think because I captured the fortress, there wouldn't be, like, as much of a thingamajiggy. But yeah, hi there, Drace Phantom, by the by. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, I've gone a little bit into this game. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Stunk. Alright, get fucked. Oh, this guy is these guys are doing conflicts. Cool, awesome. Well, you deal with that. So yeah, I like the Nemesis system, and it's a shame that we're not going to see it in the Wonder Woman game that at this point is just gone. It's dead because of Monolith getting shuttered. And while we have seen other studios try and like skirt the line and get close to the Nemesis system, like in Assassin's Creed Odyssey with their mercenaries, or with Watch Dogs with like the wide range of like, you know, NPCs that become protagonists, we're not gonna get the Nemesis system like it is, where it's like, you know, interactions and what have you. Oh, it's on the other side. Hang on.
But I came from darkness.
Here we go.
Always return to it.
We've now uncovered all the memories. I'm guessing. So yeah, the white elf there is Sauron in his like gifting form. Yeah, that's Sauron. And for whatever reason, Shelob is a sexy babe.
They will only keep coming. Sacrifices must be made.
You would abandon me.
He's got a ring of power.
Sacrifices must be made.
So he gave that king a ring. They look to be some sort of Gondorian, or, you know, descendants of Numenorian. She does like spider powers and just fucking eviscerates all of them. And this is the part where she goes up the spider steps. And further turns into a spider and is very fucking creepy. I'm not a fan of spiders, if it wasn't obvious. Ugh. Okay, so she hasn't gone like 100% spider at that point, thankfully.
The great deceiver will pay for his betrayal. He will suffer. He will suffer. He will suffer.
And then... Bleh. Bleh. And then changes into the spider that we see in the game. Activating of it allows you to summon a cluster of spiders. Spiders have poison tag, which can exploit the weaknesses of... Yeah, cool. Awesome. This ways? Alright. So we got outlaws and slaughterers, all missions all around. But we don't have a quest here, so we've 100%ed all those. Fast travel. Why is fast travel not enabled?
I do not doubt it for a moment.
It's because the spiders are around, and so they're like, oh, can't do that.
I see the light. Bleed the cover.
And then... Gotta try and avoid some of these orcs so I don't get in trouble by them. Alright, now I should be able to fast travel. You'd ask her out? That is totally on you, my friend. No, we're not replaying that one. Show us the region map of this. Fast travel to there. That way we're able to do the jump over to her mission and deal with the, we get the Shadow Dominate ability after completing her questline, which will be very helpful. And then we can go deal with Bruise. Alright. And then...
I need to learn once and for all that our oppression must end.
Jump across. Accelerate. And here we are. Interrupt the ritual. Stop the captains from becoming chosen. Will do. We're doing this in broad daylight? Are you insane?
The Nazgûl is home.
Stakuga.
Ooh, we're gonna need to help
Some
him.
of your followers.
We must recover them.
Such loyalty to the orcs.
Feral drums need more blades.
Alright, so that's one.
That was almost ritualistic murder.
Sir Dragonx 88 demands you drink.
Will do. Give me a minute.
What? Kill the traitor! Get me out of this!
He won't be able to catch up.
If I kill her,
There we go.
will accept your fate.
And then...
We were meant to be together, Ranger.
Oh, and let's go rescue this guy, because you'll be...
Come on, boss! Cut!
Ah!
Now, join your army in service to the Witch King. Get me out of this and I can help you! This one! He tried to sacrifice me! Got it over here! Look into my eyes! Join our ranks! It'll burn you alive! Submit, Ranger! I got him! Fire!
Oh, nope.
It is only a matter of time.
Alright, get you out of the way. Get you out of the way. Cool. You're gonna get recruited.
Loyalty to the Bright Lord! You cannot break the so easily defeated!
Fuck it. You're getting shamed then.
Oh, where your guts as a movie!
There we go. Nice work, Glug. And done.
Our army remains strong. And we have all but assured the Nazgul cannot track us.
But they are still not defeated. As long as they are out there, we are not safe.
True. But we're way more armed than they expect. And we've been holding our own. We've not been corrupted by the ring that we're currently wielding. And the Nazguls have not been able to corrupt us either. Yep, rescued her. What's a Mahuzi? Yeah! We're now able to shadow dominate people with ranged abilities, which is going to be very helpful.
Our returned and the Hydia are secure. The Nazgul's power is diminished.
And yet, this sense of dread grows.
Alright. Don't know what's up with that guy. Alright, let me go down to... Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. There we go. So, fate worse than death. Shame ruins the Narsi, reduces impulsively making them deranged. There's a small chance that targets actually become stronger, creating a dangerous maniac. Awesome. Stealth kill a captain. That's not gonna likely happen easily. Use a ranged weapon to kill an enraged. Actually, no, you do area effect nonsense, so you'll be good. Plus 35 higher damage, but less bows. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. There we go. Armor. Counter while on fire. I don't like, you know, basic bitch outfits, so stealth kill an enemy while mounted on a Karagor. Cool. Yeah, I like the cloak that I'm wearing right now. And then this ring is a level 39. That is a level 18 that wants us to recruit someone from the Mystic tribe, which isn't going to happen anytime soon. Alright, let's see. Can't combine to any of those. We can combine this. And then we can combine that. So we now have a white. So we got 2 whites. Alright. Quest time. So you've got a mission elsewhere. You're in Nurin. A fate worse than death. Yep, we're absolutely gonna go after you, my good old friend. Oh my god, there's so many fighting pits. Alright.
It's time to put an end to this.
Make an example of Bruise. Show all of Mordor what happens to those who challenge us.
There we go. Oh, come on. Stop giving me medals and start giving me gems, please. That would be a lot better. Running. Come on, you can do it.
You there! Sorry to have to tell you this, but you didn't quite kill me.
Huh.
Looks like I messed you up. Cover your ears! Hey! Did I do that? Where'd you go?
Alright, let's see if you come back alive again this time. Fiery machine destroyer.
What was that noise?
Nothing for you to worry about, my friend. Go back to sleep. Alright. So, hopefully cutting through this area will be relatively quick. No, it's not. I thought this would be a worthwhile shortcut. It was not a worthwhile shortcut.
They say the lava from Mount Doom has a habit of
Here we go. Time. Rendezvous with Ratbag.
Ranger! I found Ranger! And I found Bruise!
This all feels very familiar. Will this ranger explode like the last one?
No, Ratbag is sure this time. While you was off racing into a trap, good job by the way, I tracked down Bruise. The ugly schrock never saw me. He's got my Ranger, the real one.
I'll handle this, just keep out of sight. I don't want any more surprises.
Right, splendid. We'll do it your way. No faffing about.
Alrighty. Ratbag, besides the fact I've never, like...
We should strike now.
First, we save Ranger.
Ranger is expendable. Our priority should be making an example of Bruise.
He will be dealt with, but we have to make sure Ranger is safe.
Boss has been in a good mood. Probably because he's been having so much fun, boy, the Grave Walker. And when he's not doing that, he's torturing them.
There we go.
I'm starting.
He doesn't even say Ranger, he just looks at him. There we go. Easy. Bruise betrayed you? Yeah, he betrayed me long ago, so now we're gonna try and make a fate worse than death on him.
It's all right. It's all right.
Easy. Easy.
There we go. Ranger is back with us.
Ratbag kunsi kia truat uunaki saas. Mauskula nuk.
Nah.
Can you walk?
Habsnan trupat. Brusrakban. Rakarnan.
I wonder if I can't remember any of this dialogue, so I imagine like because I didn't have subtitles on the last time I played this, I missed out on all this dialogue.
I take it you're ready to end this. That makes two of us.
Now to make an example of Bruise.
An example all of Mordor will remember.
Interesting.
Subna.
He doesn't... Yeah, we don't speak black speech, so we have no idea what he's actually saying.
Good hit! Now kill him!
Oi!
Oh, hello, Bruce.
What the bloody blazes are you doing here? And who said you could let Ranger out of his cage?
Bruise.
He can be damaged by all kinds of things, but he has no weaknesses.
The two of us are going to teach you a lesson.
I'd like to see you try. That's not gonna work. Look out! I'm gonna crush you. That don't hurt. Get off me, you lousy shrap! I was gonna try. Stay away!
Save the barrels for Bruise.
Didn't feel a thing.
Hold it!
You trying to hurt me? It's gonna have to do better than that. Stop That's not gonna work. That don't hurt.
There we go.
You'll regret this talk. Stop it! Get off!
There we go. Now I get him.
You trying to hurt me? When I get behind you, I'm gonna rip you apart. You will kneel.
Here we go.
Enough. Kill me. Just end it.
Nah.
No.
And it's gonna be worse than death.
Ranger! Come here, you big glob, you!
So you weren't enough to save me yourself.
It's good to see you too.
Pagnak. Yambers Nusaida. Bustan Karikan.
Hi there, Trev.
It's almost like he's talking.
He is talking! He's talking in black speech, god damn it.
Thank you, Ranger. Gravewalker.
Trevelvert.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bright Lord. We are even.
I don't want the fort. I don't want the fort. I never wanted the fort.
Is that Bruce?
Yep.
You broke him. I'd rather die than live like that.
That's the point.
Come on, Ranger. Let's get out of here. She's giving me the creeps.
You're a cruel one, Gravewalker.
Speaking in common.
Now every orc in Mordor.
He didn't want the fort.
Challenging us.
I wonder if like he's just annoyed that we wouldn't offer him the fort or something like that, or if that's just because of corruption, like, you know, giving him the pain worse than death, that he's like, oh, I don't want the fort anymore. It's probably the latter rather than the former. We have unlocked a fate worse than death. Every time you shame an orc, there's a chance he will become deranged. This destroys his mind and weakens him further. There's also a small chance he will become a maniac, in which case his mind is destroyed, but he actually becomes stronger. I love the idea of that, quite frankly. So, we've done all the main characters. We've done most of the doors, as far as I know. Yeah, look at him. He's just fucking just absolute terrible. So yeah, so we've got the death thread and we can do a fate worse than death now. I'm gonna swap this back to Mindbreaker. And let's see. Also cause critical strikes. Let me just have a look at... Do I have, like... No, I don't have more doors to, I don't have more doors to deal with. More doors in Mordor. I wonder if that's why they made the Illithid door, is for moments like that, where they're just like, more doors in Mordor. Now I gotta figure out what this fucking poem is. Alright. They stalk and lurk, then lash out so furious, yet our bulwark is proof against their rage. Our hard-ringed, hand-forged armor impervious to predations from the powers of darkness, no matter how vicious or how vile. To assail the bright lord is to falter and fall. First try!
They stalk and lurk, then lash out so furious. Yet our bulwark is proof against their rage. Our hard-ringed, hand-forged armor impervious to predations from the powers of darkness, no matter how vicious or how vile. To assail the bright lord is to falter and fail.
Awesome. Alright, so we now have the Bright Lord's sword. 88% gain after performing an Ice Storm finisher, 33%. I'm fine with the weapon I have right now with its bonuses. Use a range to kill an enraged. Let's have a look at the army. Where the fuck is Bruce? Oh, he's right there. Okay. And we've got this guy to deal with. We've got a lot of peeps. We got a lot of peeps to deal with. Although we could probably take this guy on. Let's see. There's a few epic people we can go after as well. Actually, was this guy? Yeah, so that guy's iron-willed up to the teeth. What about this guy? Curse Warder. Decreases all received by himself and by his allies. Determination. Okay, terrified of self, sickly. Yeah, okay, so yeah, we'll go for this guy. Want to hear a funny involving spy war chiefs? Ooh. Do tell me more. Was this something you were able to experience in your playthrough of Shadow of War and what have you?
Just you wait. All of you.
What did you hear?
There we go.
You sealed your own doom! Whatever it was, sawed off.
captain is seeking a worthy opponent. I want to give this one. You can still use the Shadow of War Riot's command, a spy chief in an
For what we can do with your scalp. Too bad you've only got
Shadow of War Riots. Oh, that's right. He's a.
Yes, call to me. Come on, go. I'll have you to death. Let's go. I'll bring you eternal pain. On your knees. He'll burn you. You will be butchered! Or not, man!
Uh-oh. Hopefully there's no... Gonna need some help with this one. There we go. Oh.
Yes, it hurts. I am dead! I'll bleed you!
God damn you. I hate how I have to deal with fire with this guy.
Take it in next time! You will be butchered! Here, look into my eyes! Away from the fire! You learn.
Push crimp.
Vigilant against stealth, vengeful. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit of a problem.
Help me catch him and I'll let you have a piece! Take it! Don't let him burn you! Betrayers! Meat for the slaughter! What does death feel like? Give up! Pull your lungs out! Die! Our lost man didn't go! Get off that canicle! Arrest my trouble! Hunt him down!
Yeah.
You will join me.
Fiery slaughter attack. Nice. Okay, so you can still use Shadow of Mordor Riot's command, a spy chief into an enemy and you get a pitched battle. Alright, I'm gonna have him infiltrate. Send Push Crypt the Grinder to become a spy by proving his fights into the... Yeah. Alright, so he's gonna do that. It's not as efficient as a normal betrayal, but so much more epic. Color me curious, then, how we might be able to... Alright, so we got a few... what's-mahootsies to do. Dismiss that. Oop. Yep, there we go. Alright, hang on. So... Karagor is undergoing a trial to kill a ravenous Karagor, is going under a trial to kill a ravenous Karagor. And there's a fighting pit that I need to infiltrate from there. So... fuck it. Let's advance the time here and see if any of my guys survive. Hopefully they will. Let's see, let's see. Oh my god, you died? Well, that's painful. Shit. Well, I still have one legendary person left still. Actually, 2 legendary people. There's an epic, you're an epic. Shame about that. Alright. Let's see how we go. Maybe I should have helped him out with his battle if he was gonna die that quickly.
These orcs are industrious indeed.
Yes, making bricks to build great structures. Or perhaps to bash their fellows' heads in.
Talion does not think these guys are going to be doing much with the ingenuity, which is a shame. Alright, let's have a look.
It's the Overlord you'll need.
Alright, let's have a look. What's this guy's... Terrified of Self, can be sickly, damaged by fire. He's a curse warder, but that means dick shit to this slaughterer over here who's doing all kinds of fire stuff.
Now you face a true foe.
Plus, I've shamed him, you know... I've shamed him a few times already.
To die. All enemies of the Dark Lord will die. Time to explode.
So long as the Orog is on fire, he's gonna have problems. Oh, they're both healing. Interesting. Oh, but you were not very effective against him. Once he did all that range stuff, you were in trouble. There we go. We got ourselves a spy. Alright, so... Jakar the Bones, Nash Deadeye. Set a trap, draw him out, somewhere in the fortress. Fuck it, let's track you down. Let's see how quickly we can find you. Let's see how we do against a war chief. There we go. Alright. What's your dealio? Soft target, damaged by executions, and stealth. You don't have an iron will, so we can... Becomes enraged at the side of Shadow Strike and Beast Proof. Yeah, okay.
This war chief is cunning. We must gain more information before we engage him.
Will that be seen as aerial domination? Probably not, but okay. Shame it doesn't, so... There we go. Alright. Up here.
There! I see it! Come back, mad Bill! Find the Grave Walker!
2. There we go. Alright, look over the table. Oh. Ardanek.
Last place you look. Isn't that always the case? I hate that.
Oh, excuse me. That was not what I wanted to do.
It's the talk! Up in him down!
Nice!
Do not resist!
Let's see. Recruit you.
Of the Great Lord!
Honestly, I'm surprised I was able to get him. You, get out of there.
Going, I'm going!
We meet upon the field of battle. Like so many champions before.
Yep.
We test our mettle in the service of the lords
Cool.
and nations.
Fights to the death would be great. Can you get out of the monologue and get into the fighting?
All their names across the blood-spattered parchment of history. Come, let us steer the fate of the world.
You fucking mystic.
Beat all of us! He flits here and there!
Oh yeah, he gets enraged by hauntings.
That's got his blood! That must have hurt! He's trying to I've got to warn the others! That's one for the books!
I've done you!
I better run!
Ow, 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 ow. Fuck you. Also, did he heal? Yes, he did.
thy kingdoms of old! Feel that torque! Whoops, sorry! Suffer me now!
Let's get you in our like. Yep, you're ours.
I will serve as your chosen.
Got him.
I go.
There we go. Gain 5 levels for our troubles, which is good.
This work in the forge.
Alright, so Bruise is helping out that guy. Who the hell are you? Could not care about you.
Time to die! Spiders!
Alright, let's have a look at the army we have. So level 45 will let us do way more whatsamahoozies. Let's change our assault leader to... Where is he? Oh, he's not there anymore. 39, 39, 42. Let's change you to... We already got plenty of assault. 38, there we go. Yeah, that should be... This should be more than enough. We should have a fairly easy time getting through this. There should be barely any problems getting through this fortress with our forces. Welcome back from the advertisements! We're gonna raid a stronghold.
I still can't figure out why he took Cargo Core in the middle of bloody nowhere. Waste of time, if you ask me.
Awesome. This guy is moldable. Sickly, soft target, a fear of flies, can be damaged by fire. Excellent.
And you'll leave here as smoke and ash. You're burned to nothing. Fuel for...
Let me just stand up for a little minute.
Lads are itching to get in there, Master.
One thing's for sure, lads. When we take this place, we're all getting new kit.
Yes, we are. There we go. Break you.
Watch me kill you! The gatehouse! No!
Mine.
Push forward to the square.
Always worth recruiting people while I'm at it. Oh, is this one of my guys? Never mind.
My blade is yours.
Bonk.
We need to press on to the courtyard.
Make them pay!
Chop their faces!
Push forward!
This guy is gonna get a fate worse than death because I want to break him.
They're at the courtyard!
Oh, nice!
This is your...
I forgot he was doing betrayal shit. Woo! There was gonna be an explosion there, but I got out of the way.
You will serve!
Hey there, Hosh Grish. Let's get you out of the fighting for now, because there's about to be an explosion here. Oh, Mog, you killed him! I was gonna shame him and try and get him under my team, but okay, fine.
Remember what I do to cowards?
I was hoping to recruit him, but okay, whatever. If you can't join him, beat him. Nice. Thank you, Throck.
You are mine! You will serve the Bright Lord! Now I'll serve the Bright Lord! The Bright Lord!
Yep, retreat. And now we get to kill Bruise.
Hold fast!
Nothing to do with the fort. You can have it. It's your fort, alright? Your fort. Watch the rock.
Yeah, that's how it's done!
What happens if I shame you again? Let me shame you again. Let's see what happens. Do I turn you into a maniac? Nah, you just get leveled down even further. That's fine by me. I suppose that's the most I can ask for.
Hit the ground!
I wish there was more than just 2 pieces of ammo. Do you want to shame him or recruit him again? I'm just gonna keep shaming him until he turns into a maniac, personally speaking.
Have a taste!
They've reached the inner gatehouse!
Bong. Mine. It's all mine. Even after we, like, get into the fortress and all, can a deranged orc become a maniac? I don't know. I didn't think he had the deranged, like, thingy-majiggy on him. I think he just... whatevers. Maybe we'll just kill him out of his misery the next time we meet him. Who knows?
You are a brave human to enter here. Soon.
This guy, however, I want. We lost a legendary. We're gonna get a legendary back. Also, he's covered in yellow. We're supposed to be able to... This is obviously a tutorial marker. We're supposed to put our hands on him. Go ahead. Go ahead, my man.
You eternal pain! It moves faster than I can see!
Oh, hang on, hang on, hang on. I need a... Mine. Serve me! Yeah!
When is my command? My command!
Gotcha!
Sure thing, boss.
The fortress is ours. Dun, 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 dun.
Is ours! Savor it! Sauron
Yeah!
was before us! We have taken his fortresses and made them our own! Now, we stand at the very edge of history! Only one conquest remains, and Mordor will be ours!
Wah! That's how the orcs say it, right? Wah! Awesome. Let's give Slaughter Tang, the Terror Beastmaster. Let's just make this guy the fucking war chief again. That would be hilarious. Let's make it the Terror Trickster. This guy, like, you know. And war chief's promoted because I can. It's all mine. Alright, we got quests to do. So we got the Fire and Fury. We got you. How far are you from where I need to be? You're just over there in the woods, so... let's go over here. After conquering so much, what more is there? Quests. That's what there is. That's what else is on the horizon. More quests!
Oh, have me see. He's there! He's going for Megan! Weak! Help! Help me! Get it off! Let's see how you like a missing limb or two.
There we go. Get a whole pack of them running around. Yeah.
I just hear something. Look,
May have survived her battle with a Balrog, but now Zog's acolytes are bringing the war to her. Protect the forest! Ooh, boy. Okay. Ah.
For Khanen. We must destroy their totems.
So we gotta purify the totem.
Burn it all down! You paid double for that thing!
That. So that's one. Alright, get you. The more Caragors we have, the easier this makes it for us. I wasn't meant to do it like that, but okay.
Great tree! She hides in plain sight!
These magics poison the forest. They poison Karnan.
And let's pop their head.
We'll do this Karnan the way they did the Great Spider. Shelob? What happened to her? He defiled the ritual!
That makes it... Because I have, like, 13 of these guys, like, it does make it a lot... 13 arrows, it makes it a lot easier to just be like, ah, let me just shoot all of these, and then we're good.
Take it!
And another one bites the dust.
Great tree! All torchbearers to the clearing!
Fouled is the air, devoured by flame.
We must return to Khanen now.
Yep. Let's get moving, let's get moving.
They found the fire will silence her! Who's going to serve you now, demon? Burner!
Come, meet your end. Flame will devour your bones as mine.
It's the Grave Walker! He's working with the witch! Get off me!
It is done. Come. Come.
Alright. Did it. How do you do that? You hit and kill directly the orc without the execution cinematic. Holding the right trigger, because they're on the ground, it's like a ground execution, but on the Karagor. Because, like, on the one hit, he gets, like, toppled over.
Cursed is Zog by furious hunger. A pact unfinished, he will raise Torgorot.
You'll try it out? Not to worry there, just try and get him.
Put ear to
I don't know if I said that name correctly.
Brothers of corruption hold gloaming.
Alright, let me just... I was standing up for, like, a little bit of this, but I'm gonna sit back down now.
If Zog is able to raise the Balrog, it will be his thrall. And its power will be his.
But we stopped that previously.
Stopped.
We stopped the Balrog previously, so, like... Nah, whatever.
You're not coming with us, are you?
We'll do it again.
The long winter calls my name.
Okay.
Forests of Karnan must rest in dwell. Karnan be still, or all is ash. The circle cannot be broken.
She did help us a lot in previous missions regarding, you know, this quest line, so hopefully we won't need her as we go up against Zog once again before he raises a Balrog. Cause yeah, this guy's just a ranger. Like, he's not like a AC or elf or anything like that. There we go. We got that mission out of the way. All right. Next, no, we're not replaying quests. Fire from Ice. Okay, so that's the next one we gotta do. And yeah, we'll come teleport to that tower. We'll get that done. That way we get ourselves the little thingy-mabob that lets us, you know, summon a fucking dragon as our, like, you know, mount, which should be good. Zog is determined to raise the Balrog from the frozen lake of Saragost. He cannot be allowed to succeed. Absolutely understandable. Let's stop that from happening.
The ritual has commenced.
We can waste no time.
Targoroth! We call you back from your tomb. Rise and...
Zog.
Flammable, executions, damaged by beasts. He is unbreakable. Immune to curses.
Join our glory, dimwit! You will...
Oh, he calls us a dimwit. Ass.
Targoroth will rise, but not for Sauron. He will fight in my army, a legion of the dead that will rival any army of Mordor. You will hear them when they come, for they will chant my name. Zog!
Zog!
You will be hurt! This is how you... Stop him before he ends the ritual! Get the rope! Do it again! For you. You're the only thing in my way now! He's frozen up! That'll leave him out! The ritual cannot be ended! This ended the ritual! Not today! In which I was about to pull life from death, and you ended it! He was to be my masterwork, and you ended it! This is how you die, Grave Walker!
Zog.
Flammable, ranged, execution, and beast.
Yeah, try again! You will die! How do you like the curse? Have this! Die, die, die! Who do you want me to get ready? Oh, death afraid! Now come down again and all finish! You will join me! How do you like the curse? The dark soul now die!
Damn it. There we go.
Beam! You have a future! Filthy, not today! What do you even call that? You are ended! You like that? This is for you! You have a body for war, but the mind of a twin! I'll crush your boat!
Oh, pinning enrages him. Damn it.
Too slow yet! Ready to do it! Not today! Don't get the You like Too slow yet!
God damn, he's...
I've learned!
God damn, stop doing that. Oh my god, he's nearly dead. Are you kidding me?
Won't work anymore! What do you even call that? I will snatch this life and every other from you! I triumph!
Damn it! That was a cheap shot.
The armies of men have been vanquished.
That was a cheap shot. I had way more health than that, and then he just went and bumped me.
Dimwit! I was about to pull life from death, and you ended it! He was to be my masterwork!
I heard this already.
This is how you die, Grey Walker! Here's your end!
Oh, okay, so it does that. Damn it. That's not what I want happening. I'm going on a slightly higher difficulty, that's for sure.
Dimwit! I was about to pull life from death, and you ended it!
Yes, yes, I ended it. It was your masterwork, and I killed him.
This is how you die, Grey Walker! An urge to kill! Not today! I'll try again! Ready to die! You're touching the wrong way! Try again! Filthy man-thing! Too slow yet! You like more? How do you like the try again! Futile! Loosen the will to live. Not today! Ready to die again? Now, loosen the will to live. Jump for both of them! Try again! I'll have you to finish what you start. Try again! You're facing the wrong way! Too slow yet! Losing the will to live back. Too slow yet! What do you even call that? You will join Tarkarok in the depths. You like You have a body for war, but the mind of a twit.
Oh, finally.
You've done it. You killed me. But let me tell you a secret. Necromancers never truly die.
Uh-huh. Well, this one will. Cleaved in fucking half, Zog. Fuck you in particular.
I think we did it.
Then Khan's sacrifice was not in vain.
There we go. Yay, we can summon a Drake now. Quests. So... in a last-ditch attempt to raise Zog and an army of the undead from the casualties of the... stop them once and for all. Oh, hell nah! Are you fucking kidding me? Nah. I am not letting you do that again.
Somebody still. Look, man,
We gotta stop this army of the dead before it gets too crazy. Never mind, he's been resurrected already.
By your craft, I am reborn, brothers. Look around you. The orcs who took this city. This is our army. Not Sauron's. Not the Witch King's. The dominion of those slave masters is at an end. For today, we rise!
Zog's acolytes have been busy.
A necromancer is never truly dead.
The arena is stocked with dead Uruk, victims of the siege.
An army in waiting. To the Dark Lord will meet this. Narug.
Undead, unbreakable. Okay.
We've been here before. How many lives do you think I
Yeah, they're not doing too hot.
The Master will protect us. He will bring us Stay there! Every walking Mordor, and raise them back up again if we have to. The ritual.
my guy!
Moog.
Aw, man.
Zoon. Moog.
That sucks. All of these guys, Jesus.
Stop him before he ends the ritual!
What fucking sniper shop was that?
I told you killed me.
Oh, and he's even stronger now.
But here you are, trying to put an end to me once more, and failing. You are a simple man.
Hold together!
Bag of bone crusher. God damn, this guy is strong. Why is he so strong?
Hold it right there! Wait, over there! Did you see that?
There we go.
Dimwit! You understand now, don't you? The dead aren't. They're just waiting for someone who will listen, who will answer their call. Once you're out of the way, we will all rise again. Let's get to work!
Okay, so I can't call that. What about a growl? Actually, no, let's try just go with the dire category. There we go. Go, come on. You can do it, you can do it. Oh, there we go.
Kill me, Ranger. I will wait among the dead. Then we will all rise together.
I hate you. With a burning passion, I hate you. Once again, Cleaved. Once again, hoping he don't come back.
It is Conan.
Cleansed by fire to ash you go. Burn to
yeah.
Never to return. I told you, Ranger. Undead will defeat undead.
There we go. An arcane ring by Azure. Ooh, kill a captain who is armed with a curse weapon. Stealth kill an enemy while mounted on a Karagor. Execute a beast. Recruit an orc from the Mystic Tribe that is level 55 or higher. Reduces cooldown followers by 22%, 13 focus recovery per kill. But that one won't let me... Doesn't do that much increase. Do you wish to know how to kill an undead? A lot of damage is how I imagine it's done. Alright, let's have a look. Next up is... Oh, this place. I have no fucking clue about this place. Like, this is crazy. So we're not going for that place. Because I don't think it's even important for us either. It's just like, you know, off a ways. Complete an online video and a Minas Mogul. I don't know why this says 50%, because we've conquered all that. And now we got this one to do. So that's all the way over here. Let's advance the time. Let's see what happens in that area. Because there's like all these other thingamadiggies. You destroy its anchor. Oh no, that's for liches in D&D. You gotta destroy their phylactery or something or rather.
Wait.
Yeah, they can deal with a Graug. I have missions to do. I have conquered everywhere now. Eltariel has tracked Helm Hammerhand to the snowy peaks of Saragosse. Join her and defeat the Nazgul. Absolutely. Let's give it a try.
I'm making a habit of saving you.
I think I prefer the version where you don't impale me.
Where is the Nazgul?
Nearby. Can you keep up?
I'll do my best.
Obviously.
That was not the first time for you to face Helm, was it?
I've faced each ringwraith more times than I can count.
And you've never defeated them?
Not yet.
Then why do you keep fighting?
In the war against darkness, sometimes stalemate is victory.
Huh, okay.
From now, the battle must be won.
Dangerous.
If we could dominate one, we could turn the weapon of the enemy against him.
Like a ring of power. You do nothing to dispel my fears, Elf Lord.
Well, I'm guessing this is the problem with, like, Second Age elves. Or is it First Age elves?
Good!
Glad to see that was actually an option. There we go.
What happens to the Nazgul when they are defeated?
Their spirit endures. It returns to Barad-dûr, growing in strength until it can again take physical form.
So, they are banished from death.
Just like me, Italian.
I don't know which scares me more, the Nazgul or his pet drakes.
Alright. Are we gonna... When did you get the elven sword? What? This woman? Like, ages ago? Or do you mean the sword that I have right now where it's glowing yellow? I think that's because of the runes, not because of the presence of orcs.
You can barely handle a sword.
But think of the damage I could do with a ring.
Nah, like... Yeah, it only glows, like, for, like, crit possibility and shit, so... Oh, there's the Nazgul.
My master commands that you serve him, but your she-elf friend, I will take her head and hands as trophies. You cannot hide from the huntsman. Fall to your knees and await the final stroke. I will slay the hide from your body. Feel the hot fire of my drakes, the cold spear of my hammer. Join with the Witch King and become the hunter instead of the hunted. My drakes drive you. Try to run away. I will run you down. You are game, prey, nothing more. There is no escape. There never has been.
There we go.
My torment ends. Yours is simply beginning.
Alright, another backstory.
You should have given me your daughter's hand when I asked.
The Durin? Or the Dales of some sort. So that's him on his deathbed? with Celebrimbor? The
For
fuck?
your daughter's safe return.
What in the world is going on? So wait, why was Celebrimbor? I thought the 9 rings of men, like, were given after Celebrimbor's, like, you know, city fell and shit.
Don't fight him.
If you kill me, you'll start a war.
War has come!
Oh, no. That is not what you want happening. Oh, shit.
My lord.
Yeah, he's not in the right mindset right now.
You stood beside Sauron as he gave these kings the very rings that doomed them!
Those rings were meant to bring order. Sauron deceived me. He deceived us all.
Knowing what you know now, still, you crafted a new ring.
We crafted a ring. Why else did you pick up my hammer? It is not noble men we are dominating, but savage orcs. And it is with this army that all Sauron has wrought will be undone.
No matter the cost.
A drake would have been a great asset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I don't think the elves have, like, a care in the world about... Like, they're prideful, and Sauron almost bested them because of that little tidbit. Alright, next mission. Grave Walkers. El has tracked the Nazgul to these haunted ruins. Outlaws and slaughter. So many outlaws and so many slaughters. Region map. Yep. I know how I'm gonna get there. Jump across to there. We've already conquered, like, many of these places, so... Placing a death threat on any enemy. Yep. Oh, that was not what I wanted to happen.
All of us will die before this war is over. All of us will be alone. Wars don't end.
What is next? So has the main game finished, or is there more to come? There's more to come. I'm currently going through all that stuff right now after I've conquered all the different places and done the side quests.
Whenever I find you, I know the Nazgul must be close.
As long as you wear that ring, They will be closer than you like.
For now, I have no choice. How many Nazgul are there?
Just one.
Isildur.
Oh!
From Sauron's hand.
And wore it on his own. This is the legacy of your rings, Celebrimbor.
Interesting. I forgot it was Isildur that... I just knew this ring wraith did, like, the whole resurrecting of, like, you know, soldiers of Gondor and shit. I didn't think it was Isildur of all people.
These men died at Minas Ithil.
These are no longer men! Ah! Do not hesitate! The only mercy for them is death!
Alright, hang on. I need to do something to my character right about... Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Change it to the Hammer of Wotzimahuzi, so then that way the next time I... There we go. So now it does that. There we go.
Raising his enemies, denying them rest, turning them against their brothers. Is there no foul stratagem the Witch King will not employ?
There are bound to be many more. It's best they don't see us coming.
In ages past, I commanded armies of men, and now they will again follow me.
You are free from darkness.
Your armies become...
Isn't the Isildur the previous reader of Narsil? The sword that was broken by Sauron? Yes. But he was also the wielder of the One Ring after the defeat of Sauron. But it's interesting that, like, you know, after that, he would be a ring wraith. Because I thought only the original 9 would have been, like, ring wraiths, or a wielder of the original 9 rings. Whereas here, it's just a case of, yeah, Isildur was, like, previously a ring holder. It didn't matter what ring of power he was using.
To your...
They were your comrades. Now they are my slaves.
Come, Talion. Isildur must be nearby.
God damn, she moves fast. Where are you going? Like, make sense, please. And then there's Isildur.
And at our sides you will serve. Or you will die, and I will raise you as my puppet. You have a choice before you.
You don't.
You cannot prevail, foolish breaker. The Dark Lord's gaze is fire. All men will perish and serve me. resist will burn.
Get into the light, Talion!
My army is tireless. My army is infinite.
Thank you for the hyper imbo. I greatly appreciate it. I just had a bout with Isildur.
But you will be made to.
I like the designs of the Nazgul when they have like crowns and masks like related to the kings before them. It's a lot cooler than, oh, here's, you know, a Nazgul with just a hooded figurine or what have you. It was really cool.
Castamere. He serves the Dark Lord still.
Alright.
At all costs! At all costs!
Isildur will raise more of Gondor's fallen. I will track him. You and I will meet again.
Well, as long as I wear this ring, I'm sure that is true.
There we go.
He swells his ranks as fast as we deplete them. There is no stronger enemy.
All enemies have a weakness.
Or a strength that can be used to our advantage.
Where the fuck is the... Alright, so the fighting pits are there. Where's the next quest? Your army is assembled and mortar is within. There will be no turning back after this. Noted. I have a pretty decent army, so we're gonna give it a try. Oh, it's all the way back here. Alright, cool. So we fast travel to the fortress, and then we can go and do the thingy.
The forts of Mordor.
Then it is time to take the fight to Barad-dûr and to Sauron.
Here we go. Weird that we have to go, like, to the very back of the fucking... But here we are. Warning, you're about to enter the final battle for domination over Mordor. The Bright Lord and the world itself will be irrevocably changed after this point. Before you start the mission, you should ensure that you have explored the story quests of Eltariel, Bruce, Carnan, Idril, and Baranor. Yes, I did. I have already dealt with the... Also, who's Idril? Hang on. Who the fuck is Idril? No, that's not who we want. Guide. No, appendices. Completed, completed, completed. So we did Carnan. We dealt with Bruise. Yeah, okay, so we did Idril's thing. We did Baranor's thing, which is technically part of Idril's. So, yeah. We've done most of them. So, hang on. Now comes the next big question. Alright, so Barad-dûr is there because we did that. I'm pretty sure I did the doors for that one. And then we can't do... So we did the door for that one. We did the door for that one. That's just to capture this fortress, but this is a... This is like a DLC area. It's not an actual, like, important one to do. Did I do the door on this? No, I haven't done the door on this one. Hang on. I need to fast travel there. I need to complete the door on this guy, I think. Castamir's daughter. Yeah, that. I need to deal with the door here. Fair Mordor slumbers. A viper's nest of sorrows and strife. Poisoned by pernicious betrayal and blight. Trapped in the grasp of Gelid corpse hands, yet behold, the bright lord comes as a wildfire burning only what is base something or other. Okay, that was an easy door. I remember going through these doors in, like, previous streams, and I was having a much harder time trying to interpret the poems.
A viper's nest of sorrow and strife, poisoned by pernicious betrayal and blight, trapped in the grasp of gelid corpse hands. Yet behold, the bright lord comes as a wildfire, burning only what is base, that all else may thrive.
Five of 6. Where the fuck is this guy? Gained by earning bronze on all shadows of the past missions. I'm pretty sure I did. Am I missing one? Ancient... Oh! I might need a complete... Okay, I see what it wants me to do. Well, I don't need the set. So... Frankly, I can just... The King of the Dead is named Raelk, although his men were unwilling to fight Sauron because they had worshipped him. His excuse for not honoring the oath was because his daughter, Bravantel, had an out-of-wedlock child with one of the Númenórean warriors. Oh, that's the, you're talking about how the ghost people and what have you in The Lord of the Rings in Return of the King. One of the things I learned, and it's only because of, like, someone explain, like, you know, one of those, like, TikTok videos and such like that, is they explained to me that the reason, like, why they didn't keep, like, in Peter Jackson's, like, rendition, the ghosts were just ghosts. They didn't actually have a means of, like, fighting people and what have you. So the way that, they were just used as, like, a scare tactic as best, they weren't actually, like, effective in, like, wiping out armies and shit. The only thing that, like, Aragorn and his crew did is that they actually took on a ship and shit, to prevent reinforcements coming in to help with what's-a-mahoozies. They didn't actually have like a ghost army come in from the river.
This is your fate.
Isildur awaits.
We bring this war to them.
We have conquered the forts of Mordor! But it is still not ours!
Will do. We'll do my best. We'll see how we go.
Advances, ready to butcher every last one of us! But we will not die under his rule. We do not serve the Dark Lord! We will sally forth on the battlefield and take this land for our own! You fight for Mordor! You fight for the Bright Lord! Charge!
Nice. Here we go. Now we run. Just to be sure. Ah, you stole my shirt.
Sergei! Our final confrontation. On the final battlefield. You will never get past me.
Azteru.
Tremors. Final curse. Yeah, I can capture you, I imagine. Let me just change my, my things. So instead of... Yeah, so we'll make that.
You won't win this war with forts.
Ooh.
You have to get through every enemy you've made in Mordor.
Polish off! Polish up! That's not how you steal someone! Where'd you go? Back a punch!
I think you've made the Dark Lord angry.
This is only the beginning! Support the orcs!
Never thought I'd hear that!
Know you are a roll, the dark powers destroy you!
Oh, never mind. My unfunny guy.
You will submit! Serve me!
Thank you.
I will be your chosen, You will not fall!
You're...
You shine! The doesn't work! You seem so baffled!
Ah!
Rhyme! By Mordor's poet!
I see my handprints has left an impression on you.
Zuka.
Iron Will. Okay, well, you're not gonna...
Mordor is ours!
Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to change my, what's-mahoozies. Here it is.
I survive!
Oh yeah, I have like all these things I could be unlocking. You know what? Let's go. Generates might, enduring what's-a-mahoozy. Consume increases wrath. Consume works on thingy. We'll keep it to the chaining thing. There we go.
Erase the darkness.
Push on!
Do not resist! You do not deserve my blade!
Yeah!
Hey! We both knew it would end this way. Your final impalement, my greatest triumph. Ishmael.
Soft-headed.
Sauron's throwing his entire army at us!
Then he will lose it all!
Why did you do it? I'll admit.
Oh, it's this guy again.
You made it this far. Not bad for a weak Gondorian pig. I'm afraid it's all for nothing, though, because now I'm going to kill you.
Nakra.
Push on!
Loads of other orcs round here and no one can put you down but me? Oh, this is just so typical. Why is it always me?
Zune.
Vulnerable to thingy-madiggy.
What's an easy target?
I knew you'd open
Just one smack to mess you up.
Away from the grove!
Whack it and all goes Wretched! Right when you do.
Kneel before me!
Let's see, can I recruit you?
The Bright Lord is your master!
Yep.
I will conquer for you. Conquer for you.
You're gonna stay and fight with me.
My life for you.
Tremble before me! You serve the Bright Lord!
There we go.
Yes, we should work together! I'm with you.
I hunger. One hit's a mistake. Two's
I'm the most fearsome in all of Mordor!
I hunger! Submit to me! You disgust me!
I'm gonna keep shaming him to see if he will get rid of that iron will, because goddamn, it's just funny.
I'm wounded. I owe you for that one.
Uh-oh.
Your time.
Oh, it's Isildur again.
All that you have wrought has led you here. We are bound together in this brotherhood. This is the fate of kings and men.
It shall not be mine.
This will hurt.
Hit me! You're trying to toughen me up!
I died and he brought me back. Brought me back to this.
Eltariel, we must push through!
I'm pushing! You worry about your orcs!
The Dark Lord will remake you.
My hunger!
You died and he brought you back. You know. You know. Your journey has ended, Elf Lord. It is done.
I'm dying here, Master! Let me at him!
Your journey has ended, Elf Lord. It is done. The Dark Lord will remake you.
You will obey!
We'll skewer them together!
You died and he brought you back. You know. You know.
Ow. This is gonna be tough. Oh! Interesting. I tried to block it and then it didn't work. That's interesting. I wonder if...
It is time.
You die. Drain Uruks to restore health. Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't exactly have like a good track record.
You died and he brought you back. You know. You know.
Fight harder, you demons!
The Dark Lord will remake you.
I'm on your side, boss. Watch your swings.
I think you've made the Dark Lord angry.
This is only the beginning.
Your journey has ended, Elf Lord. It is done.
Support the orcs!
Never thought I'd hear that!
Your journey has ended, Elf Lord. It is done.
Augusto 9 Gamer with the 32-month tier 1 sub. Hello Zeebs, how are you doing?
I am
Hope everything
alive.
is going well.
I am doing my best.
You fight for the Bride Lord!
Oh yes, got him. Alright. And this is Isildur's moment. Fighting the last alliance of elf and men, meeting on the steps of Mount Doom. Isildur took up his father's sword. Yeah, I'm doing alright, Augusto. We're getting through a major mission with a broken blade. He cut the ring off. He cut off the Sauron's fingers, cutting him off from his ring and, you know, all that.
I am the Lord of the Ring.
And then, yep. So this is him. The ring betraying him at the hands of the orcs. Interesting that they took the body, though. I'm guessing this is how they turned him into a ring wraith. Yep, so that's the spirit of Sauron. And that's like, you know, his elf disguise.
For all eternity.
And that's a ring of power.
You are mine.
And then with a ring of power drops.
I cannot allow this. Isildur, I release you! No!
Nice!
Find peace in death.
And this is where both he and Celebrimbor have a difference.
He was not yours to release.
He was a king of Gondor.
It's not yours to enslave.
I did more than that. You broke Sauron's hold. You dominated him.
And I will dominate Sauron. His armies will be mine.
For what purpose?
You're meant to destroy Sauron.
Sauron cannot be destroyed.
Celebrimbor is right. We fight and fight, but evil always returns. Talion, we can end this here.
That is a terrible idea.
Must ensure order is restored to light, not darkness.
I will not trade one Dark Lord for another. This is not the end I have fought for!
But you are not the only one fighting.
No, he is not.
This is not about your petty vengeance.
His power too great to ignore. He fell under its spell like all the rest. Yep, exactly.
This is about restoring order to Mordor. To all of Middle-earth.
The end you fought for. You are but a vessel. And there are others. The Lady Galadriel sent you here for a reason. Together, we can bring Sauron to his knees. We can finish what our people started so long ago.
The new ring. And Talion is, you know, back to dying.
Our sacrifices are not in vain. This is the only way.
Oh God.
See the future you have wrought. A bright lord instead of a dark one.
You pitiful man. I gave you sight, and yet you still do not see.
You showed me a fate I could not change.
You are wrong. When you and Celebrimbor forged a new ring of power, I saw where your path ended. Locked in battle against Sauron at the top of Barad-dûr. And you won. Sauron was enslaved, and the Bright Lord rose in his place. The armies of Mordor marched forth under his banner, and Middle-earth fell under his heel. That is the future I fought against. The future you prevented. Because you saw Celebrimbor for what he was.
No.
Your war is not yet ended, Talion. Whether a Bright Lord or a Dark Lord rules Barad-dûr, the balance of power must be maintained, or all of Middle-earth will fall.
Minas Morgul.
Yes. From there, Mordor can be held back.
How? The ring is gone.
A ring is gone, but not, you know.
I asked you once, how much are you willing to sacrifice? Open your eyes. Open your eyes, Talion. Open your eyes.
You dropped Celebrimbor's ring, but you gained Isildur's, or technically one of the original 9 rings of power of men. and he's...
As long as I have breath in my body, my fate is my own.
And there we go. Completed all of Eltrarial's. Killing outpost leaders will permanently disable the alarms in their outposts. Yes, it will. So it's not the one ring, it's not the new ring. I wonder what name they're gonna give us for this particular ring, honestly. Ooh, look at our dark, grungy selves.
You must have rocks in your head. This is Minas Morgul, and you are one man.
I am one. But we are many.
I see the Ranger! You'll never get your city back, dead
The witch king cannot be denied.
Your city is lost. You like this? It's Minas Morgul. I got ya. Big skin.
It's cool having the green.
Well, talk when you need him.
And up we go. Meow.
Oh? I'll kill you as many times as it takes. Get behind Dark! Good one! Fuck you! Disarm him! Get behind him! Get! Get your city rats dead!
Next checkpoint, let's go. Interesting that our, like, Wraith Shadow is now actually just Talion instead of, you know, I thought it was gonna look more like a Ring Wraith, but no, it just looks like more Talion. You don't... Nice. You can just climb up like so.
Look, the time! All together! Come in here! From the side!
You cannot
Hold together!
will belong to the Witch King. He commands it.
Go. More corpses. He is wearing an original Ring of Power. That is true. That probably is a decent explanation for why his wraith is just, you know, himself. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. Next point.
You will forget your pain, your life.
Keep him surrounded! How do you like that? I'll kill you! Like his arm!
Surrender yourself to the Witch King.
Go.
Force the cautious one! Hey! Faster!
More people risen from the dead. Reach the upper city. Everything is quiet because no one else but me, a ring wraith, can get in here. That's essentially what I am at this point. Doing the same moves as Aragorn in the Two Towers with the return of him in Helm's Deep. One, two, three, four.
Join us, brother.
I am not of darkness yet. And I am not your brother.
Alright.
The Palantir is ours. This mortal is ours. Soon you will be ours. You fight and fight, resist with all your strength. But once Edward is gone, you will join the night. The path is past. Join us. I am nothing. I am done. You will become like me. One of the Hollow Men. The Dark Lord will cleanse his rise. You will join the night. The path is past. Join us. You will know true deathlessness. My son. The Dark Lord will claim his prize. You freed Isildur, but you will take his place. Let go of your humanity. Let go. You fight and fight. Resist with all your strength. But why?
There we go.
You will become one of the Faceless. You will become like me. One of this world will never fall. You cannot see inside me.
I wonder why.
Nothing of my soul remains. Then I banish you.
Oh, okay, that will do it.
Nina Smallhole is mine!
Glad to see that there's a simple explanation of, oh, he doesn't have his soul anymore because, you know, Ring of Power, corruption, and all that kind of nonsense. And we get ourselves a Palantir for our troubles. Excellent. Do we see an Eye of Sauron in the Palantir? Or do we see something else? Show me. Interesting that, like, because normally, like, Talion and Celebrimbor, you can see both of them in the Wraith world. Whereas, like, here, it's like you can barely see Ethiel, or whatever her name is.
In the body of elf or man, you are unchanged, Celebrimbor.
Witness the might of the Galadrim!
Your time is over.
I have never felt such power!
This is the power of the Bright
The forces of darkness cannot harm me!
All of Middle-earth shall be mine!
And now he turns into, you know, his actual form instead of his gifted form.
Power before the light of Galadriel!
You will take nothing more from me!
doing all this flashy nonsense.
The forces of darkness cannot harm me! Now, Calabrimbo!
Right, Lord!
I serve no one.
Witness the might of the Galadrim!
All of Middle-earth shall be mine!
Here we go. Yeah, that's not great. Okay, so she still has her pinky, so she still has her index and middle finger.
Sauron and Celebrimbor became one, locked in a prison of perpetual war. A flaming eye, casting its shadow over Mordor. Talion had retaken the city of Minas Morgul, but his war was far from over. His greatest battle would be fought against the shadow within himself and the tower to the east. To hold back the darkness. To save the world of men.
And now we enter into the epilogue, which, I'm gonna be frank with you, is a bit bullshit. The epilogue is exhausting. It is grindy. When Warner Brothers had Monolith make Shadow of War, it wasn't very much, it doesn't have it anymore, but it had so many microtransactions involved with it. It was exhausting, and Monolith, like, thank Christ they gave you options to be able to, like, not have to do the microtransactions to get some of the reward and shit, but holy shit. It was annoying. There was just, it was microtransactions everywhere, and then this epilogue was absolutely, like, you know, super long and what have you. You're not gonna see me play this on stream. You're not gonna see me go through more of the epilogue on stream and such like that. I might play a little bit of it just to demonstrate to you, like, what it is and what have you, but I'm not, this, for all intents and purposes, after tonight, we beat Shadow of War. It is done. You have defeated the Witch King and became the Lord of Minas Morgul. I have unlocked the abilities Raise Dead and Ring Wraith. New challenges unlocked. Minas Morgul Fight Pits. Complete this challenge to unlock the Dying Loyalty upgrade for the Raise Dead skill. Minas Morgul and the fortresses of Mordor are yours. However, the flaming eye across Barad-dûr is fixed upon you, and the Lord of Mordor sends more powerful orcs to lay siege. Upgrade your fortresses and increase the level of your followers, or dominate the higher level invaders and recruit them to strengthen your army. Keep Mordor in a state of perpetual war. Only then can the free people of Middle-earth prepare for the War of the Ring.
The War of Shadows begin.
So yeah, just a lot of painful shit. But yeah, interestingly enough, like, our sword is named Urithiel. So there it is. So there's the Raised Dead one. That's the Bright Lord's dagger, but here is Akarn, which is our dagger. Grunts killed by stealth attacks to resurrect his allies. I love that. Here's our hammer, the Helm's Hammer. For legendary Ring Wraith. And then we've got the Savant's Armor. So there's Bright Lord. There's the Arcane, which doesn't really look like Armor of Vengeance. And then we've got this one here. And then the Blood Cloak. Here is Dark Embrace. And then, so we got the Rune of Vendetta. But here it is. Isildur's Ring. Resurrect a commander of level 55 or higher. Increases the raised dead radius. Call followers and Iron Guard summon Revenants. Restore 20 health when a nearby undead follower dies. But yeah, like, look at that. We've got, like, so much shit. Let's see, can I combine? I can combine these gems. That doesn't really go really far. Then I can combine these ones. I can combine this one. But yeah, I can't do any more combinations. Take up your true blades and abandon the elf stuff. Yeet his crap. I'm not gonna yeet his crap. Also, there's like other stuff we'll need to find from like... We gotta find more Marauder shit. There's Warmonger, Terror. Mystic is nearly done. We got so much of the Outlaw nonsense. Interesting. There's something... What is that over there?
You're weak.
Sorry, like, because I don't know that one. I don't know what that is, that little symbol there. Also, at some point I'm going to need to pick up arrows. What is that? Huh. Oh, play as the Elven Assassin. So this is the side quest stuff. So that's a side quest there. Oh, hello.
You cleaved me in two. Any other orc would have died.
Ah.
Survived. More than that, I thrived. My brothers put me back together, stronger than ever. But they didn't make me into what I am. You did. You created the machine.
The machine. Vulnerable to stealth, susceptible to the frost. He's got an iron will, unfortunately, so I'm definitely going to derange him.
This'll be right. You dishonor the steel you carry. And cut deep. Oh, you don't know. Hard to focus when I'm bleeding.
Oh, I'm not conquering him quickly now.
Kneel, Orc! You are a coward!
So yeah, so it doesn't look like there's a limit to how much health I can get. Let's see.
Obey me!
Yeah, look at all these people. Luga who flees and Naka, nice. So there's Flog. There's Koth. So I'll keep an eye on you for longer. Tell me about Boo Ball, the legendary. Oh, thank Christ they're legendary at the very least. And yeah, it looks like I can conquer them, so good for me. Yep, you're mine.
Got to like the preaching! Strike him down! Like the preaching! Stay put!
Alright, let's get out of here. We don't need to stick around here.
Get back here!
But yeah, so there's all kinds of... So yeah, so we got the fighting pits here, where if we go through all of them, we're then awarded the What's-in-a-Whoosy, some sort of upgrade. Flog the Marauder. Oh yeah, we did a like thingy-majiggy to that one. But yeah, there's also... But yeah, there's a quest, so like... We gotta protect our siege here. And then, you know, we do that, and then we have to protect our siege here, and then we have to protect our siege here. Like, it's a little bit insane, like, the amount of, like, extra busybody work we have to do. So, yeah. And then, like, we have this red here, but that will never get conquered. Oh, actually, maybe if we conquer this, we'll be able to conquer? Yeah, the Desolation of Mordor open up a second front and is Mortone carries no ring of power. If he dies, the story is over. Be careful. So yeah. Flog. So yeah, so there is a lot to unpack. So yeah, but previously the garrison, this place here, you used to have to buy like, you know, all kinds of nonsense. And look at that. Training orders. I'm pretty sure I had a training order where I had to where is it? Where is it? An Olgon gang. So I can use this. And can I have it go to... You know what? Fuck it. Let's have it go to... Let's have it go to you. So yeah, so I got legendary training, an elite gang, cursed weapon, mighty Olgan. Like there's all kinds of stuff, and then there's these chests here. Training orders, so a community upgrade page, because I did a community thing. And this gives me orders for legendary training, thick-skinned, mighty archers, curse warder, and a fire weapon. And then there's like all these chests that like give you parts and what have you. And then I have all these followers here. I got someone who's legendary all the way down here. That was pretty cool. So yeah, overall, this game now just has like a really long post game. It has just a long epilogue, and all you get from the end of it, like spoilers for those of you who haven't played it, but at the end of all that, after going through several stages, I think it's like 5 stages of fighting in each of your regions, Talion turns into a Nazgul. They join the Witch King of Agmar and are just part of the 9 ring wraiths that, you know, take place in the events of, like, the Fellowship of the Ring and yada yada yada. So, that's what ends up happening. So, bit, you know, meh. And it's really unfortunate. Like, that is how the Nemesis system ends. Is in that fashion. Is just, it turns into like this almost, it's trying to be a games as a service and it doesn't quite hit it. Let me head back to the chat. So yeah, because that is it for me tonight. That is it for me. The next time I am going to be streaming is going to be Saturday evening. Now, the reason why it's not going off in the morning and instead going off in the evening is because I have to do the Saturday shift. It's my turn at work. But the good news is that once I'm done with that Saturday shift, I am off for the rest of the week. I don't have to work the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. So, still have to go to work tomorrow. That's, you know, that's a given. That's gonna happen. But next week, not likely gonna be a thing. So I'm gonna need to figure out, like, what I'm gonna be doing in my time off. Because I'm gonna be real with you. I kind of want to do some, like, longer form streaming, especially in the mornings. So then that way, there's an opportunity for some of the Americans that, you know, follow me and subscribe to me to have a chance to, you know, sit around and watch me stream and such like that, rather than dealing with, like, the crazy late hours and what have you. Hi there, Sage. Good morning and good night, Grant. Yeah, good morning and good night to you, too. Unfortunately, you've caught me at the end of my stream. So this is actually a part where I'm going to be, you know, hopping offline. But before you all go away, we're going to have a quick look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. Let us see. Let's see. You know what? We have not raided into Code the Yoshi in a whiles. And it looks like they're doing... It says more giant mech fun. But it looks like we're going to be playing some Marvel Rivals. So I guess the obvious question is... Where's the mech in Marvel Rivals? And it looks like they're playing with caps. So here... I need to go to bed myself. Understandable 10 mucks. I hope you'll join in with me just a few more minutes longer as we go and raid into Code the Yoshi. So yeah, hang on a sec. So, where's the mechs in Marvel Rivals? Question mark. This is going to be our raid message. I hope you'll join in with me on that one. But otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream and getting to the end of Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor. I greatly appreciate it. I have so much stuff that's on my to-do list of games I either need to go back to or games I want to pick up. So we're definitely going to figure out something for, you know, the near future and what have you. But if you're interested in what I'm going to be playing next, it's going to be Final Fantasy XIV Saturday night. If you can't attend that, that's all right. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And hopefully, if I don't see you on Saturday, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.